Good afternoon and welcome to the penultimate evening of cricket here in El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Córdoba. You join me here, Charlie Hunt, for matches 29 and 30 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, and we're ready to go to the all-important coin toss for the first game as we head over to Suleiman Saeed for the all-important toss.
Lisbon, it's your call.
Head.
And tails it is. We will have a bat. Good luck.
And news from the toss as the Coimbra Knights skipper Chris Redhead has decided to go ahead and bat first here in match number 29. And what a matchup this will be. Coimbra Knights taking on Lisbon Capitals 4th versus 5th. This will be the last time that we see the Coimbra Knights in this tournament, and they'll be looking to go out with a bang as they take on Lisbon Capitals, still looking for their second victory in this tournament. And I'm really looking forward to this one. Plenty of cricket left to come with only 2 nights left as we're ready to go to the all-important first delivery of match number 29. Afternoon to everybody around the world. Thank you ever so much for tuning in here on the European Cricket Network, here for matches 29 and 30. Day number 13 of the FanCode European Cricket T10. Whether you're tuning in on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode out in India, a very warm welcome to all of you as we are about ready to get underway for the Coimbra Knights' final outing in this tournament. Match number 29, they take on the Lisbon Capitals, and the Coimbra Knights, they have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. And we're going to see the 25th member of the Coimbra Knights squad, as I have been made aware of, as Mubin Tariq comes into the 11. He'll be opening the batting alongside Junaid Khan, and also looking forward to seeing Lisbon Capitals as they've still got Anthony Chambers as well. I'll be looking forward to seeing him with the bat later on in this game. But a warm welcome to everybody around the world for tuning in, and I hope you're all ready for an exciting evening of the final round robin matches, as we'll also see Marlon Calanders take on the Lisbon Capitals in match number 30. No surprise, as they're going back to the usual plan, as Rahul Bhardwaj will be opening the bowling for Lisbon Capitals. They obviously tried to go for a different approach in the previous game against Marlow, where they went for spin on the first 4 overs. However, it didn't quite pay off as they ended up getting a little bit of tap. They're going back to the original plan that they've been using for the majority of the tournament. And good afternoon to everybody in the YouTube chat. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the YouTube chat. Many thanks to everyone for getting involved. And good afternoon to those like of Fidi Fango, Vivek Davda, James Stewart as well, Kitty and Chris. Very good afternoon to all of you. And I'll let you know that the on-field umpires for this game are the duo of Conrad Greenshields and Gert Oosthuizen. Oosthuizen is on standing up for the first over, as Rahul Bhardwaj will get us underway in match number 29. And we start in classic European fashion. It's a wide ball. A very good even matchup, I feel, here in this game. Obviously 4th taking on 5th, and well, this is up in the air, and it'll be a single to Tariq, and he will get off the mark, but a little bit uppish, not quite how he would have wanted to get underway, but he's off the mark with a single. And Junaid Khan faces up, and this is carved away into the offside. It's good work from Akbari. And there's a misfield, and they'll come through for the second. And a little bit of a sloppy start from the Capitals in the field. Good comeback from Rahul Bhardwaj, this time getting it on the money, outside off. And it keeps it to a dot ball. And obviously this is one of 2 opportunities for for Lisbon Capitals to get their second victory on the board. Obviously, they only took the one victory so far in this tournament. That was against the Gorka 11 in an exceptional golden ball encounter. That was a week and a half ago now, so going back a few days, that's for sure. But obviously, wow, the golden balls have just kept on coming in recent times. We'll get onto that at another point. Brings Tariq back on strike. That's a real good delivery right in the block hole. Finds the leading edge, and he's having a bit of an issue with his pad, but he'll come through safely for a single. So again, good tidy bowling really from Raul Badouaj early on, the skipper leading from the front. It's a big swing from Junaid Khan. And he was trying to go big. Obviously haven't had a boundary in this over, but a good tidy over really from Raul Badouaj, with just 6 coming off it. And at the end of the first, Coimbra Knights 6 for none. Fenny Fango asking who's the opener. The opener is Mubin Tariq. He's the 25th member of this squad to play in this tournament for the Coimbra Knights. We take a look at this encounter, and it just goes to show, I think this could be one of the closer games that we might have in this tournament. Obviously expected scores pretty much around the same. Average runs for and against are around the same, and also the average runs against are all around the same. So I certainly think if there's ever a golden ball opportunity or golden ball match really in terms of lineups, I feel like it could be this one. As Tariq goes into the leg side, and that's going to be his first boundary in this tournament, and it's the first boundary in this game. It's 4 runs into the leg side. And Tariq looking pretty positive early on here. Looks pretty comfortable at the crease straight away, as Akshar Patel obviously taking the second over. Didn't quite get it off the mark straight away. And this is well played from Tariq into the onside, and will just be a single. That's good cricket. Vivek saying all the golden balls so far in recent times have been in the absence of Vinny Sano. I was just speaking to him before. I'm sure he's trying to tune in, as he is currently somewhere over Greece, is what he told me about 10 minutes ago, as he's flying back to homeland, Australia. Safe travels, Vinny. He says he's got Wi-Fi on the plane, so he's trying to keep up, but he's saying he's having to watch it in lowest resolution as Tariq into the leg side. The man at deep backwards square leg, and it will be another single. Good afternoon to Prakash Gal. How are you, Prakash? I'm well, thank you very much. Enjoying Portugal. Hope you're well. And Junaid Khan, and he's gone. And well, Junaid Khan not really getting the go that the bat with the bat that he would have wanted from himself. It brings an end to an impressive tournament with the bat. To be fair, at the start of the tournament, he really was going well. But this one, getting this one all wrong, and he picks up the man at mid-wicket, and he has to go. First wicket falls, Coimbra Knights 13 for 1. So the new man makes his way out to the crease. It's Deep Josan. He's coming in a little bit earlier than we've seen him throughout the last few games, but I think what the Coimbra Knights are going for is they want to get a big total on the board. They want to really put the pressure on the Lisbon Capitals early on here. So Mubin Tariq is the 25th playing member of the Coimbra Knights' squad, and that's played a game. Obviously they've had a bit of trouble with the wicketkeeper situation. Deep Josan sensibly plays this into the offside, and it will be a single, and he's off the mark straight away. But obviously, the Knights have really had a bit of an issue with the keepers. Andy, and those that know what happened with Andy Walker, I can tell you he's at the ground this afternoon. He's obviously not playing, but he's well. He's got a bit of a bruised eye, and says to me that he's feeling okay. He says he can still see, so that's always a positive. So that's always good to see. And at the end of the second, Coimbra Knights 14 for 1, and we take a look at the standings here at the moment. So this will be the final game for the Coimbra Knights, and obviously that top 3 has been decided, as we will go ahead and see Marno Kalana's taking on Gorka 11 in the Eliminator tomorrow in the finals evening. Badwaj continues into the attack here. He's had a good first over, none for 6. But obviously, what a day of cricket we had in Germany. Second day, and I know that there was a bit of excitement towards the end of the day. That's a big, big shot from Deep Josan. Getting this one all wrong. It's a good take from Sunil Patel, and there we go. We had the 8th one in the year, and it came from Dresden. It was between the ICA Berlin and UC Magdeburg, as this is again. Well, and Rahul Bhardwaj always thinks as if he's being attacked by something there, but he ends up, he's okay. He was really concerned for his welfare then at one point. This has been a good start to the over again for Rahul. This is into the onside and off the glove, and it will be a single. It's the first run to come in this over. And a very good afternoon to Kirsty, saying she is here tonight at the ground and loving the support. Kirsty obviously doing a great job helping out at the clubhouse, keeping us all fed and watered. And Tariq into the leg side, and that's the first maximum. It's 6 runs, and it's off the bat of the new man for the Coimbra Knights. It's Mubin Tariq. Not a terrible delivery really from Rahul Bhardwaj, but he gets punished. If anything, it might just have been a little bit too short. It's on the length where Tariq can really just swing through the line of it. He comes down, and this is an outside edge, and it's going to race away, and it's going to go all the way, and it's going to be a bit of an unconvincing boundary. This really is what the Coimbra Knights would have wanted to start their innings. And Mubin Tariq finishes the over strongly. 10 off the last 2 deliveries of the over. And with 11 coming off it at the end of the 3rd after the power play, Coimbra Knights 25 for 1. And obviously that golden ball in Germany towards, I think it's that last game of the day, I think. A little bit of excitement towards the end of the day. Just keeping Rico Full and Tyrone Peters and Meda and Steph and Charles out there, all just keeping them alive and awake towards the end of the day. Obviously everyone out there doing a tremendous job. Now obviously ICA Berlin won the golden ball. That's another one that goes towards the bowling team in the bat versus ball competition. Akshad Patel continues here. And Deep Josan is looking to go into the leg side, and we're going to go upstairs. We're going to take another look here. So umpire Gert Uwesthuizen, he takes a big step out, and I think he might be gone here. He doesn't make a conscious effort, and he does. It's too late. Well, that's a bit of a close one actually, and there will be a bit of a delay here, as this is going to be an interesting call for umpire, or I should say 3rd umpire, Sulamin Saeed. And I think it's a matter of whether his foot's in the air really. You have to keep going through those frames there. And there's waiting the on-field decision that will come from upstairs. My initial opinion is I think he might be gone. There is a delay in what could be happening here, and we wait the on-field signal, and he's gone. He is given. Deep Josan has to go. That's great work from Sunil Patel. It was a close call, but eventually the decision goes the way of the Lisbon Capitals. They get their second, and the Coimbra Knights are 25 for 2. And I know that this will please a lot of viewers. Panda Wadab comes in earlier than expected. Comes in at number 4. And he's got a big opportunity here to really contribute with the bat. He hasn't quite got off to the starts that he's been expecting from himself with the bat. He always says that he likes to go out, and he's always goes big pretty much from the off. He's going to look to go into that leg side. They have got a deep mid wicket and a long on. Obviously fielding restrictions now completely over. Got to have the 4 in the ring. So Akshar Patel gets his second wicket in this game. That's going to be a leg side wide, was it? Wasn't called. I think it might have come off the pad, in fact. Conrad Greenshield saying that's come off the pad, so it's a dot ball. Panda just missing out on the shorter delivery. And Akshar Patel will do the work off his own bowling. And it's a single to the total. And this is turned into the onside again from Mubin Tariq, and it will be another single. Tariq looking pretty well here at the moment. He's 19 off of 8 deliveries now. Panda going for the big shot, but Conrad Greenshields saying that one, that's a wide. You're going to have to bowl that one again. Well, that one won't count. Loses complete side of that one, and it's a dead ball, so we'll have to try that one again. False start. And Akshar Patel just losing his rhythm here. Second wide, second consecutive wide. So he's got the wicket, just the 2 singles, plus the wides in this over so far. This is on the money, it's straight up in the air, and it's a simple catch. Panda Wadab has to go yet again early on in his innings. He goes for just the single run. And Akshar Patel picks up his 3rd wicket. And the Lisbon Capitals just pulling the Coimbra Knights back after a good start, 29 for 3. So Panda Wadab makes his way off field. That'll be his final contributions with the bat. As Andrew Winter comes out, he's played a good couple of innings with the bat in this tournament so far. He's been pretty steady throughout most of Coimbra Knights' innings when he's been involved. Makes his way out to the middle. He's running on. He's very keen. He's also been really key. He's been really key with the ball in recent times. Obviously taking incredible figures. He's currently bowling pretty well, but he's got an opportunity here. He's got a high score of 44 against this Capitals team just a few evenings ago. He's obviously a man that can hit some big shots both leg side and offside. He really does like to penetrate the cover region. And Akshar Patel, not the start that he would have wanted to the new batsman. Gives him a sighter, and it's a wide down the offside yet again. Oh, and that's a better comeback from Patel and a good over. 2 wickets from it. And at the end of the 4th, the Capitals are 30 for 3. And there you go. Take a look at the stats, Gun, and I think there's going to be a real crucial game this for both teams. I think in terms of the levels between these two, I think they're pretty similar. Obviously, Junaid Khan not really coming off with the bat, but very much looking forward to seeing him with the ball. I'm sure he's going to be looking to rip through the early order. Muthu Patel into the attack, and Andrew Winter flicks this off his hip into the leg side. It's well fielded by Kashif Ali, and there's a chance of a run out, and Conrad Greenshields is going to go upstairs. And I think he might, to me, looked as if he was pretty safe and made his ground, but we'll take a look. So there's a mix up in the middle. It could be close. I think he's home. He's safe. He's all good. He survives another day, does Winter. That signal given pretty early from the third officials, and carry on here. And this is met again with the full face of the bat. This is down the leg side, and Mitul Patel just getting his line and length wrong there. The length wasn't too much of an issue, really. It was a little bit full. However, the line really being the issue. It's down the leg side. This is off the pads. This is going to run away. It's a big chase on Kashif Ali, and he will get there. It just dies as the grass is getting a little bit long down towards that fine leg region, and it will be given. And it's 2 runs to the total. And again, off the pads as an appeal, but certainly going down the leg side. You can often tell as soon as where the keeper is going. Obviously, Sunil Patel, the man with the gloves on, he was pretty much going down or angling his body towards the leg side as soon as that delivery left the hand of Mitul Patel. But it's another leg bye to the total. Well, this is clipped off the hip, and this time it will go all the way. And it's that man again. Mubin Tariq gets another boundary to his name, and it's another 4 runs to the total. Coimbra Knights race along to 39. That angle really not the best of ideas if you're going to bowl it on the hips really of Mubin Tariq. He's proven to be pretty strong in that area early in this innings. It's his 4th boundary in this innings now. That's another wide down the leg side, and Mitul Patel struggling here. That's 9 off this over so far with a single delivery remaining. And this is just clipped into the onside, and it will just be a single to, not really pushing it. It'll be a single to bring us to the end of the 5th at the halfway stage. Coimbra Knights 41 for 3. So in terms of who's really left to come in, obviously Lavas Saini can hit a very decent ball. Pedro Madeira as well. He's could be given an opportunity. But at the moment, this game looking pretty even. Akshad Patel has proven to be a little bit too much, really. He had figures of 3 for 13 off of his two overs. And they're going to go back to spin as Salam Akburi is going to be coming into the attack. Starts with a fuller and a wider delivery, and it is going to be a wide ball to start with for Salam Akbari here in the 6th over. And Tariq hits this down the ground, and that's an outstanding catch from Anthony Chambers, and it needed something with a spike of excellence to remove the dangerous Mubin Tariq. And what an outstanding catch that is from that man, Anthony Chambers. And it was so good. We're going to be able to take another look at this one. It was a bit of a long hopper really from Akbari. Sat up. Chambers comes around and takes it very cleanly. And it's a great catch down at long off. It's obviously long on, not long off. It brings that man, Lavai Saini, into the middle now. He's got just under half of the innings left. Obviously now 42 for 4. And Lavai Saini starts off here. And it's not really a surprise as to where he's trying to open up. It's obviously that leg side boundary. And well, this time he connects, and this is going to go all the way. And Saini gets off the mark with a glorious 6 runs into the onside. It's a tremendous shot. It takes a lot of courage to drag a ball that really, if it was left, would have been down as a wide ball. And Saini obviously really appreciates and adores that leg side. And he will let this one go through as that, but he tried to dart this one in a little bit. Doesn't quite come off for him, and it's another wide. And Saini again into the leg side. He's hit this well, and it does go through the fielder. Kashif Ali unable to cut that one off. And it's another boundary. And Levi Saini looking to go big. And he connects this one with the full force of the bat, and it goes all the way, and it's 4 runs. Buddy, this isn't the start to the start to his spell that he would have wanted. Obviously got the wicket of the dangerous Mubin Tariq. He went for 25, but he's brought Levi Saini in, and he's taken a serious liking to him at the moment. I think we might be needing a new cricket ball. There's Gerd Oosthuizen. Obviously coming to an end, well, slowly coming to the end of an incredible 2 weeks of cricket here in Portugal. We've seen it all. We've had golden balls. We've had a hat-trick. We've had 2 golden balls, in fact. Obviously, the single hat-trick from Taj Mohammed, who hasn't featured in the last couple of games for the Capitals. Obviously, due to work commitments and other issues. And Saini goes down the ground. And it's taken. And we've seen that man, Muthu Patel, take a good handful of catches down at long off. And again, doesn't really have to move, just has to go a couple steps to his right. And Levi Saini goes for 10. And the flourish comes to an end in the Coimbra Knights, 53 for 5. Muthu Patel has had his moments of excellence in this tournament. Of course, winning the golden ball for the Lisbon Capitals. That's their sole victory in this tournament up to this date. When it's not, we've seen it many a times that Levi Saini has got in and hit a few bombs and then got out pretty much 2 or 3 deliveries later. But again, Muthu Patel, he's had moments of excellence, but he's also had a few moments that he won't really want to go back and watch, as Pedro Madeira makes his way out to the middle, coming in at number 7. So he's still left to bat. You've got the likes of Tom Nicholas, Robbie Giorgio, MD Zaman and Chris Redhead. So someone needs to stick around with Andrew Winter here. Interesting to see he wasn't at the top of the order. I think if I was the skipper, if I had my own way, I would have chucked Andrew Winter alongside Mubin Tariq. However, this is a wide, and obviously they went for the combination of Tariq and Khan, and Khan wasn't able to come off. And I think him coming in at number 3 or 4 really is just extends the lineup a little bit of the Coimbra Knights. This is pushed into the offside, and Madeira gets another dot ball. And that brings us to the close of the 6th. And after 6, the Coimbra Knights are 54 for 5. But Mubin Tariq is obviously a player we've seen a handful of times on the European cricket. Obviously played for Oidis and Amigos, CC as well, and now obviously the Coimbra Knights. It'll be interesting to see how he goes in the field later on. He took 16 wickets in the tournament down in Cartaceo around April time this year. He took 16 wickets, so he's going to be an option for the Coimbra Knights, as we're now going to see Salam Ryan come into the attack here for the Lisbon Capitals. Decent over off the bowling of Akbali. 2 wickets falling with 13 off it. Winter goes into the leg side. It's been called a no ball. And they'll come through for a single. I think this might be for a front foot, or it might even be for the back foot, which is a shame to see. Let's take another look here. And I think it was a bit of the foot on that grass there. But that's real good officiating from Gert Oosthuizen. Madeira, even on the free hit, can only just get it into the offside, and it's a single, so the free hit doesn't cost them too much. I think if you're a Coimbra Knights fan, you almost would have preferred Winter on the strike for that one, as he can really hit a long ball. And Winter gets on the sweep, and this is into the leg side, and it'll be collected by Kashif Ali, and we will keep it to a single. We haven't. There has been a handful of boundaries. 6 boundaries in this innings so far for the Coimbra Knights. Obviously, they're expected to get around the 77 mark, 80 mark, and they're obviously going at a run rate of just over 9. So at the moment, they're looking on set to go for 85, and that's a lovely shot from Pedro Madeira. That's a class cricket shot right out of the textbook, and it's a slog sweep into the vacant deep mid-wicket region, and it splits the field, and it's 4 runs. So Madeira gets on the aggressive side. And he goes next ball, plays this one all round him. Got a little bit stuck in the crease, really. But he'll be disappointed after hitting a lovely shot into the leg side for a boundary. He then gets bowled the very next ball, and another wicket falls in the Coimbra Knights, 62 for 6. Just see here, just getting a little bit stuck. Feet weren't really moving. And it was all a little bit handsy and wristy. But Madeira, he has to go. He goes for 5 off of 4, and Coimbra Knights now 62 for 6 here in the 7th. So the new man to the crease. He's got 2 deliveries to face it from Saddam Ryan. Tom Nicholas comes out to the middle. Played in yesterday's game for the Knights. Obviously took a lovely catch to remove the dangerous Suman Gimidi. You just wondered if that was going to be a real turning point in the game, but it proved not to be, as obviously Gord Clever took a pretty convincing victory. Tom Nichols is down the ground straight away and keeps it to the 1 run. And that's going to be a wide ball, as called by Gert Oosthuizen. And that's a big shot from Andrew Winter. Doesn't quite pay off. He was reaching with those levers, but it doesn't pay off, and it's a dot ball to end. A pretty tidy over from Ryan, 10 off it, getting the breakthrough as well. And at the end of the 7th, Coimbra Knights 64 for 6. And there we go. So at the start of the week, we really were guessing that the start of the tournament, I should say, that the par score was looking to be around 130, 120, but we've ended up seeing scores averaging around the 90-95 mark, and you can see there the overall going at 9.4 as an average. So it's interesting to see throughout. Obviously, we had day 9, 10, and 11. There was a bit of an increase in the run rate, but that first week, not really getting above 9 after the first 2 days. Matul Patel continuing here. This one just missing the top of the leg stump. Tom Nicholas goes for a wild swipe into the leg side. It's a good delivery from Matul Patel, getting a bit of lateral movement later on in the latter stages here. This is just let through, and I think really all Nicholas needs to try and do is give Winter as much of the strike as possible here. And this is into the leg side. There's an early call of 2, but I don't think Winter will want to take it. And it will just be a single. Winter obviously looking to be the aggressor here now. He's got 2.5 overs left now. He's only got 15 deliveries to go. And that's into the offside. There is a man there, and well, Raul Bardwaj gets this one all wrong. He did well to take it cleanly, but he's just lost his balance, and it's a welcome boundary. And the Coimbra Knights now move on to 69. It's a textbook cut shot, really. You can just see there. I think his foot was already on the boundary when he took it, so that just threw him off. That's a great comeback from Mitul Patel right in the block hole. Just wasn't able to get the lateral movement, but it's a good delivery nonetheless. You see Winter showing what he was trying to do, what he would have wanted to do. Winter into the offside, and that's good cricket, good awareness. He keeps the strike with that single, and after 8 overs, the Coimbra Knights 70 for 6. So Winter obviously will keep the strike after a glorious shot that, in theory, shouldn't really have gone for 4, but it was a shot that was worth a couple of runs at least. And take a look at the Wormers. When they've lost wickets, more times than not, they've lost 2 in an over, so in the 4th and the 6th, and then losing the single wicket in the 2nd and the 7th. But wickets are pretty crucial times for the Capitals. They've taken them at decent intervals, as Sadam Ryan is going to continue here. So 12 deliveries remaining in this innings. If they can get 15, that will take them up to 85, and it's an appeal, but certainly from my angle already looking like it was going to be going down the leg side, and Winter misses out on a sweep shot. He's attempted that shot a few times, but certainly going down leg side. This is a little bit uppish, but it will be a single to Raul Bardwaj, who keeps it to just the 1 run. So brings Tom Nicholas on strike, who's 2 off 4. Interesting to see if he's going to look to take the attack to the spin of Ryan here. He tries to in the leg side. He squirts it through as an early call of 2, but I don't think they're going to take it on. It's good work by Kashif Ali. Interesting enough, I haven't seen him with the ball. It's just another single to the total. They won't mind singles here, will the Lisbon Capitals. Now Winter into the onside, and it's been put down. And Divya Patel unable to take the catch. It wasn't an easy chance, has to be said. It was struck pretty well off the bat of Andrew Winter. He wasn't quite able to get the elevation to his left, and he puts it down, and a chance goes a begging. It's a single. Nicholas will just play this into the onside. He's just not really able to find the middle of the bat here. He's just struggled ever so slightly. He's done the right thing, and he's getting Winter on strike, and it'll be interesting if Winter just looks to take a single here. There's a big sound there, and he goes. That's a good take from Sunil Patel. And Andrew Winter, he has to go. Just couldn't really quite get going. He goes for 11 off 14, and a good end to the 9th over. Coimbra Knights 74 for 7. So under edge, and it takes a bit of a deviation. It was this huge sound from where I was. I think everybody knew, and Winter wasn't really waiting as he makes his way off, and it brings MD Zaman, the wicket-keeper, out to the middle for the final over. So 11 needed to get to that 85 mark. I think if the Lisbon Capitals can keep this under 80, I think they're going to back themselves to chase this here. Obviously, he's looking for just their 2nd win in this tournament. They've obviously got 2 games this evening, this one and then up against the Malakalanas. But Akbari is going to get us underway for the 10th over, and it starts with a dot ball. Interesting here. I think bat on ball is the solution for Nicholas. Doesn't really want to cause too many dot balls. Oh, he gets bad on ball, but straight back to Salam Akbari, and it's another dot ball. This is a good start to the final over here. This will be a wide. Signalled by Conrad Greenshields. Well, this is an outside edge, and it's straight to the man at short fine leg, and short third man, I should say. And it's a single, and it brings MD Zaman on strike, yet to face a delivery. He's got 3 opportunities now. Goes for the big swing. Doesn't quite get anything on this one at this point. Looks like they're going to struggle to get up to above anything, a score of 80 here. It's a great delivery, but it just goes through the gloves of Sunil Patel. They'll push and turn and go, but he should be gone. And I think this might be closer, as it wasn't the best of throws. I think the initial feeling really is after that delivery that I might be gone. We take another look here. Wasn't the easiest of takes for the keeper. It bounced off the grass, but he's not even in frame. Still not in frame. He's gone. Only just. It's a good effort from MD Zaman, but he doesn't quite get home. And it's another wicket, but that's good fielding. They also had to go for the extra runs. It's last-ditch efforts here for the Knights. But another wicket will go. And that wicket means that the Coimbra Knights are now 77 for 8. And, well, the skipper, Chris Redhead, will come out to the middle. He's only got a single delivery to face, so Tom Nicholas will be calling him through for a single no matter what, really. And 3 runs gets them to that 80 total. And Usman Khan asking, is that enough target? Well, it certainly will be an interesting chase, I think. Lisbon Capitals haven't quite been able to come off with the bat. They've obviously got names such as Anthony Chambers and Salam Akbari, who will be looking to go well with the ball. But the final delivery here, off the bat of the skipper, Chris Redhead. There's a misfield, but I don't think they'll take the second. And it will just be 1 run to finish. But a good display from the Lisbon Capitals, restricting the Knights to just 78 for 8 after their 10 overs. Chris Redhead getting a single off the final delivery. And they've set 79 for victory here for the Lisbon Capitals, as we'll be able to go ahead and take a little look at the highlights. Obviously started with Mubin Tariq alongside Junai Khan, and Mubin Tariq going into the Sweethings pretty early on. He looked very comfortable at the crease. Has to be said, he's coming in for this final game for the Knights at the top of the order, and boy did he do a good job. But he will have a job to do, and I'm sure we'll probably see him with the ball later in this innings. But Junai Khan just getting this one wrong, picked up the man that did at mid wicket. It was a good catch from Divya Patel, and for me really just to feel like the idea of having Junai Khan in at the opening, just if you drop him down to 3 or 4, just extends the batting line up a little bit. But Mubin Tariq really did look promising. He hit 4 boundaries in total, hit 3 4s and a 6, and that one was a little bit of a streaky one, but they'll take them nonetheless. And then Deep Josan, this one, he was a good bit of work from Sunil Patel, he's had a pretty decent game with the ball. Also getting a catch as well behind the stumps. And then Panda Wadab, this one finding the leading edge, wasn't really getting in the right position at all to play that shot. It was a good catch from Ankur Kumar Patel. And then Mubin Tariq continued on. That was another boundary. That was the 3rd of the 4th. 4 for him. And then this one was an outstanding catch by Anthony Chambers, and that just changed the feeling in this game, just changed the overall feel of this match. Brought Lavai Saini in, and he had a good flourish of deliveries. He ended up hitting a 4 and a 6 in his 4 balls. He obviously loves to go for that vacant deep mid-wicket region, but this one was thumped into the leg side, and it was racing along. And then this one tried to go down the ground, and it was that man again, Mithul Patel. He's taken a good few catches down at long off, He was able to hang on to that one again. And then Pedro Madeira, well, just before that ball, he had a lovely shot into the leg side, but then just getting stuck at the crease. He wasn't able to turn it round. Which brought Andrew Winter, and this was a bit of a moment of luck. It was a welcome boundary. Bhardwaj just unable to keep it there. Almost went into the camera. That could have cost him a little bit. But then that was a good catch from Sunil Patel. A little bottom edge right off the end of the bat of Andrew Winter. And then Andy Zaman, well, he had to go for the 2. He almost got there, but it wasn't meant to be. He ended up being run out, and then Chris Redhead was able to get a single off the final delivery. So Coimbrey Knights finish on 78 for 8 off their 10 overs, setting 79 for victory here in match number 9 for the Lisbon Capitals. And don't go anywhere, as we will be back in around about 5 to 6 minutes. So we'll be back very, very shortly here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to a very sunny and warm Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra, and welcome back. Whether you're tuning in on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, or whether you're tuning in on FanCode in India, a very good evening to you as you join us for the second innings of match number 29 here of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And no surprise really that Junaid Khan will be opening the bowling for the Coimbra Knights. It's been exceptional at the top of the innings really for the Coimbra Knights throughout this tournament. Obviously sitting in fourth at the moment, and they'll be looking to keep that there. A win here will keep them in fourth. Obviously these two teams won't be participating in tomorrow's finals night. Junaid Khan is certainly going to try and put this right up in the block. I'll ask a few questions of the opener for the Lisbon Capitals, who is Saddam Ryan. And Junaid Khan is going to be opening the bowling as we're ready to get underway for the response of the Lisbon Capitals. It's met with the full face of the bat from Saddam Ryan, and it starts with a dot ball, but Junaid Khan has taken 10 wickets in this tournament. Current figures overall are 16 overs, 10 for 114. He's got best figures of 2 for 7 against Gorka 11. So he'll be looking to try and certainly take a couple more here. Saddam Ryan, just interestingly so, just saying, I'm not too sure where I was. Let me have another check. Good afternoon to everybody tuning in on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube, do go ahead and get involved in the live chat. It's one of the many unique aspects of the European Cricket Network. This will be the first runs on the total. It's off the bat of Saddam Ryan. But again, a huge welcome to James Stewart, Wazza as well. And to Kirsty, I know, is paying attention as well, and his man Khan. And also to Chris Smith as well. A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you ever so much for joining us. Joining myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the final match for the Coimbra Knights. This will be their final outing in this tournament. Obviously, played the first game against Marlow. That feels like a very long time ago. It was only just under 2 weeks ago. That's a good delivery first up from Junaid Khan. Just asking a few questions of Anthony Chambers. Good bit of movement in swing as well. I think just going over the top really. This is a full toss, and Chambers will just push this into the offside, and Andrew Winter will keep it to just the 1 run. Well, Junaid Khan again has been a real talisman for the Coimbra Knights in this tournament. He's obviously played for a handful of clubs. He's obviously played for Porto, for Irish, and for the Amigos as well. Obviously now for the Coimbra Knights as well. Played for the Coimbra Knights back in April in Cartaccio. And this was a bump ball. There certainly was a bit of bat on this one, but Ryan unable to quite get anything on this. Yeah, you can see Lisbon Capitals watching on. They've got 2 matches here tonight. Their final game will be match number 30. Well, they'll take on the Marlow Calanders. And why was I saying with this total, they need demons in the pitch to make this a close one. I think it might be a little bit closer than originally anticipated. This is a great delivery. This is the top of the off, and it's a good over to start, restricting them to just 2 off it. And Lisbon Capitals 2 for none after the first. And well, there we go. We had the golden ball in the 4th match of play out in Germany. And obviously that was between ICA Berlin and USC Magdeburg. And well, ICA Berlin ended up taking the victory, and that's another victory for the ball. So it's 20-12 in the overall scores for the golden ball timeline. And I know Rico hasn't had one until, well, since March or April, I believe it was. And he was very, very happy. But Andrew Winter comes into the attack now. And that's hit well down the ground, but it'll be a single to Chennai Khan. But again, well, everyone was saying that, well, I was the magic key to the golden balls here in Portugal, but I think we've worked it out. It wasn't me. It was, in fact, Tyrone Peters. So Tyrone Peters has done, he was here for the both 2 golden balls here in Portugal, and then he's gone back. He's gone to Germany. And well, his second one, as this one is going to go all the way through, all the way down to the effects mic, and it's going to be the first boundary, and not the way that they would have wanted, but it's a boundary nonetheless. It's a great delivery from Andrew Winter, getting a bit of movement away, and it just dies on the grass. And MD Zaman, well, he had a really good time with the gloves yesterday. Took a great court behind and also an outstanding stumping. I'm sure that Rika was more than happy to receive a golden ball. That's a great delivery again, and Saddam Ryan just struggling here. He's 1 off 6 now. Joshua got to say that Rico seemed rather happy about it, and I'm sure that he was. I'm sure that he was, and I know that he was. I did tune in as I was told about the fact that they were close to a golden ball. I did tune in for the very last couple of moments, and what I know that Rico was very happy to see one, as that sounds like an edge, and it is. And Winter gets the first wicket here, and it's an early breakthrough in the second, and the Capitals fall to 7 for 1. Zaman gets another catch caught behind, and well, there you go. Kirsty Redhead, she's getting the bell going, and the first wicket falls here, and Saddam Ryan has to make his way back to the stand. So an early wicket for the Coimbra Knights, as the skipper comes in at number 3. He's been in he's had a various number of batting positions in this tournament. He's been all the way down at 11, came in a little bit at 6 and 7, and now he's all the way up at 3. The joys of being the skipper as he makes his way out, and he's coming in at number 3. He's got the dangerous Andrew Winter coming it in with his tail will certainly be up now after finally getting a wicket. He had a handful of exceptional deliveries there, but he's now got Rahul Bhardwaj in his way. Bhardwaj, just a bit of a dead bat, just plays that back to the bowler. Warm welcome to Balwinder Singh. So he's come on the Knights. Obviously Balwinder, I'm assuming that's the Balwinder Singh that's been playing in this tournament. And it could be close here. You just wonder whether or not that was really the wrong end to go, as Rahul Bhardwaj was a little bit slow off the mark, but he gets through for a single. And it brings an end to a extremely tight over. You can see there, wrong end really. But Chambers was always going to be home safely. But at the end of the second, after a tidy over from Winter, Coimbra Knights keeping Lisbon Capitals to 7 for 1. Actually 8 for 1, and there you go. So Lisbon Capitals playing their final 2 matches here tonight. And then, well, that will be the round robin completed. So obviously Marlow will be taking on the Gorka 11 in tomorrow's eliminator, and then we go to the final. And the winner of the eliminator will go on to take on the Gamblers SC, as this is a pretty nasty wide ball. And they come through for a single as well, and you've seen that a lot of times here in this tournament. There's often been wides, and they often always cost an extra run as well. Keeping it is not easy on this pitch. Certainly likes to misbehave. Could be an opportunity at the non-striker's end. And a direct hit, I think, would have been a bit close. And he's going to call him through. It could be close at the other end. It's a direct hit. And we were going to go upstairs. And my initial reaction here, I think he might be gone. This certainly will be very close. We're going to take another look here. Zaman was calling for it. He's safe. He survives. My instincts were wrong. It was all happening. But Anthony Chambers survives here. As the on-field call will eventually be given. And there we go. Got Oosthuizen. Says not out. So Anthony Chambers survives. Obviously, well, interesting. Fachin Khan and Anthony Chambers were on the same team for the Kendall Cup, which happened the weekend just gone, playing for representing Porto. And the match ended up in a draw between Porto and Lisbon. And that's... Oh, I think we might be going upstairs again for a run out here. As there was an appeal for LBW, but he's very far out of his crease, so it won't be given as out for LBW. But then there was a shy at the stumps. You can see how far out he is. Obviously clips him right on the top of the pad. Right on the top of the pad, and it's certainly going over. And then when he went for the run, and then turn around, this could be close. I think he's going to... Oh, that's ever so tight. You have to roll that one back. This one will be very, very close. We're going to have to take another look. And what a big wicket this could be. Almost out of nothing if it does come off. 2 for more frames, but for me, that looks like he's gone. For me, that really should be given. As we wait for the on-field decision. Oosthuizen, he's waiting for the decision. They're just rolling through. And for me, he's not made his ground. And they're just waiting for confirmation. It should be given out. Just waiting for the communication to come across to the on-field umpires. And it is given. My feeling was correct, and there's a huge amount of celebration from the Coimbra Knights, both on field and off the field. And well, it's that man again, MD Zaman. An exceptional bit of work behind the stumps, and there's cause for celebration all around the ground. And Anthony Chambers has to go, and another wicket falls in the Capitals now, 12 for 2. And Chris Smith saying out by millimetres. It certainly was. It just goes to show. Again, the great work by the production crew for allowing us to make use of the LRS and the limited review system. Good work by all of the crew. What a big wicket that is in the context of this game. And Anthony Chambers really would have fancied himself here against Coimbra Knights, but he has to go. And it brings Mitul Patel out into the middle. Mitul Patel will just punch this into the offside, and there was never really an attempt to go for the second, so it will just be a comfortable single. Christmas saying batsman's own fault. If he had not been out far out of his crease, he would have been in. Well, he's obviously trying to manipulate the ball, but he did also take a couple steps. I think he was expecting to be able to come through for a single. And Rahul Bhardwaj, he's expecting to be able to come through for a single like that, and this one could be close again. And I tell you what, Henry Zaman, he's up for this one again. He's had a great last few goes with the gloves, and he's just proving to be really crucial. Obviously, the wicketkeeper curse for the Coimbra Knights has certainly been a thing throughout this tournament. 2 injuries to both of their players, or both players that were keeping. James Smallman eventually went back back for commitments. Oh, and that's again a good delivery from Junaid Khan, right in the block hole. And that's an exceptional finish to an incredible over from Junaid Khan, with just 6 coming off it. And we'll finish at the end of the power play 14 for 2. Just behind the run rate at the moment. Obviously that's now going at just under 5s. And in terms of batsmen still to come, obviously they've got the likes of Salam Akbari and Divya Patel can certainly hit a long ball. But at the moment, when you've got these two out in the crease, you just wonder how much pressure is on these two, as we called it. We're certainly going to expect to see him with the ball. He's obviously a pretty talented bowler, as Mubin Tariq is going to be coming in to bowl a bit of right arm spin. Give it a tweak. Obviously took a handful of wickets in previous tournament in Kartasho. He's in now. Some right arm off spin. And this is into the leg side. He's not quite got all of this. It should just be a single, as Abhishek will collect it. And it's just 1 run. And this has gone in the air into the offside. Mridul Patel not really middling this one. It's plugged. And Andrew Winter. There could be an opportunity of buzzers, and that's a little bit sloppy from the Knights. The throw was a little bit wayward. However, there was no backing up. And it will cost them an extra run. And all runs are crucial at this point with a lower target on the board. Every single run is crucial for both teams here. Badwa was just trying to come through for a cheeky single, but Mridul Patel didn't want anything to do with it. Mridul Patel playing the complete wrong shot for that delivery. Was stepping back when really advancing down the wicket or getting a forward press would have been the safer option. It's another dot ball, and this is a good over so far from Tariq. And again, exceptional work from Zaman, and this one is going to be judged a wide. Fakad Oosthuizen. Take another look at the delivery. I think that's a little tight. Oh, and again, Mridul Patel just can't really play this one, and it's again a good comeback from Mubin Tariq. This is up in the air, but it's just sort of swatted into the offside. And they'll come through for a single, but a tidy over. Just 5 off it. And at the end of the 4th, Lisbon Capital slightly struggling. 19 for 2. Obviously the Capitals struggling here, but plenty of cricket coming up. Obviously we've got 4 weeks in Germany and then 2 weeks in Belgium. Then we make our way to the European Cricket Championship, which will get underway on the 12th of September with Group A, which will be consisting of Ireland, Spain, Austria, Czech Republic and Portugal. Obviously Austria coming off the back of a superb outing in the European qualifiers. Portugal as well making the finals in their qualifiers, losing out to Denmark. But obviously strong nations of Ireland and Spain. Ireland will obviously be favourites, but Spain pretty close behind. Andrew Winter is going to continue here in the 5th. Starts with a bit of a loosener, and it's down the leg side. It's a wide ball. This one stays low, and Patel does well to dig this one out and keep it from running under his bat. He was looking as if he was going to be jumping and stepping away, but he manages to read the bounce, and it stays low, and he's equal to it. And he gets the wicket, and this will flow all the way down to the boundary of the ball, so you could prove that it was a bit of an effort ball from Andrew Winter. And he gets his 2nd wicket. Mridul Patel has to go Clean stump, clean bowled. Top of middle, and it's a perfect delivery from Winter to get his second wicket. And that's the third wicket to fall. Lisbon Capitals 20 for 3. Simple game of cricket, really. You miss, I hit stuff here from Andrew Winter as Saddam Akbari comes to the middle a little bit later than I would have expected, coming in at number 5. He's been one of the main outsourcers of runs, really, over the last few matches. Good evening to Mike Seal, joins us in the chat. Hi Mike, how are you? Thank you for tuning in and joining myself here in Portugal. So changing the field as the 2 straight fielders go all the way back. Oh, and Akbari just trying to play this down to the third man who's just gone back to the boundary. And but he just starts with the dot ball as he unable to get anything on this. This is short and Conrad Greenshields gets the lean on. And they keep it to a single. That's great work by Junaid Khan to just keep it down to the 1. But he off the mark with a single down the ground. Conrad Greenshield's getting a bit of a lean on there just to get out of and evade the ball. Brings Rahul Bhardwaj, who's only faced 4 deliveries. He's been in for a handful of overs now. He's yet to really get going here. And he took a big step across and was really trying to go into the leg side, even though that his practice shot afterwards would have suggested that he was trying to go into the offside, but it certainly wasn't the case. Winter looking to close off a pretty tidy over here and a tidy spell at that as well. And it will just be 1 run to Pandawadab. And it'll be a single to end the over. So again, a superb bit of bowling from Andrew Winter. Just the 3 from it. He finishes with exceptional figures. 2 for 5 off his 2 overs at the end of the 5th. At the halfway stage, Capitals 22 for 3. Well, halfway through this innings, and we still are yet to have a boundary. We had 4 byes coming in the 2nd over, but we've yet to have a boundary off the bat, and that's just proved to be a real issue for the Lisbon Capitals. Just not really having the ability to strike the ball cleanly enough, which is obviously a crucial element to T10 cricket. But it is going to be Mubin Tariq to continue. Good first over for him. He finishes. He had just the 5 runs off his first over. Bhardwaj was really trying to go big into the leg side. But it will be a bye, as Zaman unable to take that one cleanly. And this time Zaman is equal to it, is able to take it cleanly. And it is another dot ball. This one does take a bit of a bounce off of a length. Straight to Pandawadab, and it'll just be a single. I know there's plenty of fans of Pandawadab in and around the world here on the European Cricket Network, and it's just a prime example of why we do what we do. It gives individuals an opportunity to showcase their abilities, as this is going to be a single to Pedro Madeira. Bhardwaj just hasn't looked comfortable. He's coming at number 3, and he really hasn't looked comfortable. He's 4 off 8. He had to really get going with the bat. And this is an outside edge, and well fielded by Bobby Giorgio, and it's just another single. I mean, Bobby looking to finish off again a strong spell. And these middle overs have been really crucial. An exceptional bit of bowling from the Coimbra Knights. And again, a good over. And what an end to it. Finishes with a dot ball. Just 4 runs off it. And at the end of the 6th, Lisbon Capitals 26 for 3. And there you go. So just the 3 bowlers being used so far. We're now going to see Deep Josan come into the attack for the Knights. And I think we're also going to be seeing the skipper, Chris Redhead, as he looks like he's just getting a little bit loose. This is a wild swing from Akbari, unable to connect, and throughout the last few games he has put runs on the board, but it's just not been at the pace that really has been required. They're now required to go at over a run a ball here. Over 2 runs a ball, I should say. This will be a wide this time. Deep Josan going across Salam Akbari. Down the leg side, and Deep Josan just struggling here really. Deep Josan just unable to get his rhythm going early on in this first over for him. And this will just be a single to Andrew Winter, who will come down and through and collect it. And it is just 1 run, so this one right on the money from Deep Josan. Wow, and that's a great catch. Caught behind, and it's that man again. MD's a man, and Bardwaj was really trying to get on with things here. But he gets the edge, and Deep Josan surprising with a straighter delivery. And then a good catch from Zaman. And the wicket goes. Bardwaj has to go for just 4. And the Lisbon Capitals now 29 for 4. So the new man to the crease, to me, looks like that is Sunil Patel making his way out. Obviously the man who took the gloves for the Capitals. It is Sunil Patel, so he comes in at number 6 now. And I just hope really that he goes for a big shot. Just really hope that he does try and take the attack to the bowlers. There's not really been any sense of aggression from the Capitals here. This is into the pads, but I think there was a bit of a... might have been an inside edge, but also going down the leg side really. It was pitching outside leg. Yeah, impact was certainly outside leg. Mike saying pitch looks really bouncy today. It's just... pitch is just... misbehaves ever so slightly now and then. If you get it on the right length, there's a few places on the pitch. If you do get it on the right area, it's not the easiest of artificial pitches to negotiate with. That's a big swing from Akbari, but MD Zaman. Well, it's a big mix-up, and there will be a wicket. And well, things go from bad to worse here for the Lisbon Capitals. Another one has to go. Sunil Patel goes without troubling the scorers. It's a duck for him. And Lisbon Capitals now 30 for 5. So it did break through the gloves, and Akbari wasn't really paying attention. He was sort of waiting, and then there was 2 batsmen at one end, and that never ends well. Sunil Patel, he has to go. He's not happy. But another wicket goes.
Pressure, boys, pressure, always. Nothing easy. Come on. Let's finish it. Come on, boys.
New batsman. And Kumar Patel comes out, and he's got a bit of pressure on him now. This is a shorter delivery, and that's well bowled from Deep Josan. Well, it was, but it's given as a wide. We take a look here. What he's just saying, he's just thankful there. He's obviously swapped the helmet out, but that one being judged a wide, so he's got to bowl that one again. This is flashed into the offside. That's well stopped by Pandawada. I think he just lost it. Bit of a deviation off one of the bounces, but he keeps it to just a single, and it's a good over from Deep Josan. 2 wickets coming off it. They're only going for the 5 runs, and at the end of the 7th over, the Lisbon Capitals struggling, 32 for 5. So 3 overs to go. Gives us an opportunity to say a huge thank you to one of our partners, Federica Constant in Geneva. They are the official timekeeper now of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. The skipper, Chris Redhead, coming into the attack now here in the 8th over. Chris Redhead in this tournament, he has bowled pretty well. He has taken 9 wickets with his name. He's had a good spell of it against Marlow, going for 3 for 12. But this is going to be into the leg side, and Labaisini will keep it down to just a single. Well, it was just going to be a single, but sloppy really. The man just a little bit lazy. Doesn't get to take the ball on the full, and it's a buzzer. And they take 2 off the first delivery from Chris Redhead. Yeah, this time it's a bit of a Gundy ball really. It's a half tracker, but Akbari unable to pounce on this one. It's a dot ball. That run rate now with a soaring 15, just under 16 now. It's over 16 now and over. And that's into the leg side, and we have the first boundary. It's taken until the 8th over. This one, it goes all the way, and it's 6 runs off the bat of Akbari. So, Chris Redhead getting a little bit of treatment into the leg side. It's the first boundary off the bat. It's taken us to all the way into the 8th over to get it. But he might just be looking to take the liking here, as this is into the offside. Tom Nicholas will come round and will dive on it, and and he eventually gets it in. He takes a bit of a tumble. Well, there you go. There's one for the highlights package. That's just sensational. It's just a single. And Gurkumar into the leg side will just be a single collected by Junaid Khan. Akbari into the leg side. Oh, that's an outstanding catch. Lavai Saini on the leg side boundary, coming out of the sun. And it's so good that he gets applause from the on-watching Lisbon Capitals. And Akbari has to go. Redhead picks up his 10th wicket in this tournament. And the Lisbon Capitals fall to 42 for 6 at the end of the 8th. And it's so good. We'll take another look at this one. Leaps off the air. Just takes it as calm, as collectedly as possible. And the 6th wicket falls. We can take a look at the worm here. Just never really getting going where the Capitals took them into the 8th over until they reached their, or managed to get their first boundary off the bat. And we're going to see Deep Josan continuing here. Starts with a shorter delivery. And Kurkumad unable to get anything on this one. This is Fuller and just pushed into the leg side, and it will eventually be collected by Janai Khan. Deep Josan, he went all the way around. But eventually it's just a single, and it brings Janal Patel on strike now. And again, clothed into the leg side. Janal Patel off the mark straight away with a single. Wow, and this one really not giving him any space. Deep Josan turns around to Gurmad and says, well, you're not going to get any space from me. Well, this will be a no ball. Obviously wasn't intentional. It will only be the one run, but they will have a free hit. This one almost taking the head off of Ankur Kumar, but luckily he uses his bat. It will be a free hit, and it's going to be Janal Patel on strike. Alright, it's well bowled. It's a slower delivery. And Janal Patel just unable to really get anything on this, just struggling here. And I think this is just the extent really of the Lisbon Capitals. Just have struggled throughout this tournament. And this will, they'll take it on and he'll be gone. But it's another involvement in a wicket for MD Zaman. And Gurkumar will have to go. He's run out. And it's the 7th wicket to go. And at the end of the 9th over, Lisbon Capitals 46 for 7. But obviously not quite the outcome that the Capitals were expecting. They would have been coming into this game thinking that this was an opportunity for them to get another set of points on the board. However, it's just not quite come off for themselves here. And it's going to bring them into a very tricky match to finish their tournament in match number 30. They'll be taking on Marlow Calanders. That'll be in. That starts in about an hour's time, I believe. Chris Redhead will bowl the final 10th over here. It will be Chris Redhead, and he starts with the wicket. Much to the delight of the on-watching Kirsty Redhead, the bell rings, and Redhead starts the 10th with a beautiful Yorker. And Janal Patel has to go. It's the 8th wicket to fall. Lisbon Capitals 46 for 8. So Akshad Patel, a man who is capable of hitting a decent ball. He's not really been given many opportunities. However, he's got an opportunity now in the last over. I think if the Capitals now, they might just try and see it out. I don't think they really want to be bowled out for less than 50 here. And well, not quite the comeback that Chris Redhead would have been expecting after getting a good first delivery. And this time it's a wide. Redhead possibly getting a little bit excited, maybe. A rush of blood. This finds the inside edge. It's through the legs of Akshar Patel. And they'll come through 4-8. Another single. It brings Divya Patel. He had to face the delivery. Oh, he lets one go, and it's a well-estimated leave, and he could be gone, and it's all happening here. It's been given a no ball from Gertustes. He take that one just missing the leg stump, but not a fair. This is a no ball, so it will be a free hit. And this is just cloth down the ground, and Janai Khan will keep it to a single. So again, this must be one of the only games in European Cricket history, European Cricket Network history, for there only to be one boundary off the bat in an entire innings. This has gone high. It's a no ball again. It's a no ball again. And I think this is for overstepping the front line. Chris Redhead just surprising himself. He doesn't quite get the wicket. It is obviously a no ball, but it's a good catch really from Zaman. But it's not the wicket that they require, and you can just see there it was for the front foot. So that's the second time Redhead stepping over. It's another free hit, and it's Divya Patel on strike yet again. And it's a dot ball, and it's a good comeback from Redhead, making sure that this is a legal delivery. And that one stays low, and Andy Zaman, he seems confident. He seems pretty confident, and we're going to go ahead and take another look. So we're going to go upstairs. This could be another involvement for MD Zaman. And the back leg does move, and wow, for me, I don't think he's got anything behind the line. So for me, I feel like that will be another wicket. In my opinion, that should be another wicket. Obviously, I'm not the man behind the third official. Obviously, it's lifted, and it is gone. So he has to go, and it's yet again another involvement for MD Zaman. It's another wicket for Chris Redhead. That's his third, and it's the 9th wicket to fall. Lisbon Capitals 52 for 9. And the Coimbra Knights very much up for the final ball. They want this final wicket. So final delivery. Kashif Ali facing. And it's gone high in the air. And it's been taken. So the Coimbra Knights have bowled out the Lisbon Capitals for an astonishing 52. And what a successful end to the tournament for the Coimbra Knights. And also for the skipper, Chris Redhead finishes with great figures of 4 for 16 off of his 2 overs. And what an end to the tournament for the Coimbra Knights. They've been outstanding in this tournament. They've obviously had a few upsets. They obviously were on the wrong end of a golden ball as we take a look at the highlights, and I'm very interested to see what this highlights package will consist of. That was the first wicket, as it was, again, exceptional bit of wicket keeping. It's a good catch, straight up, really. Again, MD Zaman involved in 6 dismissals, run-outs and caughts behind and stumpings. He's had it all. Well, that was a crucial wicket. It was that man, MD Zaman. And then no one really able to get going. Only one batsman getting into the double figures. That was Sadam Akbari. Mitul Patel playing all around this one. It brought Sadam Akbari in. He joined Rahul Bhardwaj, and he came in at number 3, but only went for 4 off 10, as did Mitul Patel. And then Sadam Akbari, well, this one was a bit of a mix-up. As at the wrong end, there was 2 batsmen at the same end, which never ends well. Sunil Patel, he had to go for a golden duck. And then Sadam Akbari, well, this was the one boundary in the innings, and it was a 6 runs into the leg side. But it just never really got going for Lisbon Capitals. Well, there was one of the funnier moments of the innings. Tom Nicholas just going all head over tail. And then Sadam Akbari. What a catch this was from Lavai Saini. Right on the leg boundary. And it really was the start of the end, as there was a mix-up, there was a pause, and then Andy Zaman was involved yet again with 6 dismissals. And then Chris Redhead in the final over. What a start that was. Bold. Jinal Patel with the first delivery, and that was exceptional work. And then in came the new batsman, and then this one was a bit lazy really from the batsman, didn't quite make a conscious effort. And then it was another wicket for Chris Redhead. And well, this went straight up. This was the last delivery, and Andy Zaman managed to hold on, and well, the Cornwall Knights take victory by 26 runs here in match number 29. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 55 minutes for match 30. Lisbon Capitals have one last opportunity. And they'll have one last opportunity to take points away in this tournament. As you have been watching match 29, the Cornwall Knights beat Lisbon Capitals here by 26 runs in the FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Melrano do Corvo, here in the centre of Portugal, just outside the city of Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for match number 30. It's the final round robin fixture here in Portugal, and well, third will take on fifth in this game. You can see there the Lisbon Capitals have elected to bat first here. No changes for them, and obviously it's the lineup for the Marlow Clanners that we've come pretty used to seeing. The likes of Walid Amjad, he's come in recently and he's been proving pretty positive. But obviously Syed Massam alongside Adnan and Najam Shahzad, it's a pretty standard lineup that we have become expected of the Marlow Clanners. But a very warm welcome to everybody around the world tuning in, whether you're tuning in on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India, as we are just waiting for that clock to hit over to the hour mark, and we'll be able to get play underway. But you can see changing the on-field officials for the final round-robin game is Buck Stoneman and Gert Oosthuizen as Assam Mahmood starts us off. And Anthony Chambers just fends this down to the man in the slips, and it's a dot ball to start. Lisbon Capitals obviously again still looking for their first or their second victory in this tournament. It's a big appeal, but to me, it looked as if it was pitching outside leg. Chambers just trying to turn this into the corner. Take another look. Pitching a long way outside leg and probably going over the stumps as well. And this is over the infield. This is going to race away. Well, we had to wait until the 8th over in the last game, but it's only taken 2 deliveries. And on the 3rd, Chambers gets away with a boundary into the offside. And a very good afternoon, good evening to Wazza. Says good day, Charlie. Hope you're well, Wazza. Much appreciate you tuning in. Could be a very interesting matchup here in match number 30. Chambers down the ground, and well, this one just evading Buck Stoneman, and manages to cut round him, and it will be a single to the total. So good cricket here early on from Chambers. He's a very positive batsman. Hits a very hard ball, this one. Just evading was Buck Stoneman. Did really well. They've been under a bit of pressure as the umpires. They've had a few balls come their direction, but Salam Akbari into the opening position. And this is going to be cut into the offside. Could be close here. And we're going to go upstairs, but this one could be close. And obviously Chambers was run out in the previous game against the Coimbra Knights. This one could be a close call. And we're going to have to slow that one down, but my initial reaction is he might just survive. Slow this one right down as when the ball into the gloves. His head's down, he's just running. I think he's going to be in. He's in. He survives here, does Anthony Chambers. And he'll survive another day. That's the on-field umpire, Gert Oosthuizen, who should be given the signal is not out, and it is. So Chambers survives, and Akbari off the mark straight away. This is short again, and it's taken, and it's that man. He's having a good 48 hours on the cricket field. Jayesh Popat takes a catch, backward point, and Chambers doesn't survive for much longer. He has to go for just 5, and the first wicket falls. Capitals 6 for 1. Just picked him out really, and obviously Popat we've seen with the gloves in this tournament, but he took 4 wickets last time out. 4 for 9 as the skipper Raul Bardwaj makes his way out at number 3. Obviously that was the end of the first over. 6 for 1 are the Lisbon Capitals. But Anthony Chambers going pretty cheaply, and we see here, well, the supercomputer's calling what should be a pretty comfortable victory for Marlow. Obviously they're 3rd in the table. They will be in the 2nd versus 3rd eliminator in tomorrow evening's first game. You can see there the bat versus Bulwer was telling us that really this should be a convincing victory for Marlow. But Lisbon Capitals, they'll be up for an upset. Najam Shahzad into the attack. And this is off the pad, and it's a good take by Shan Malik. the man with the gloves. Good first over from Asama. Just 6 off it, but also getting the wicket. Probably the most dangerous batsman, Anthony Chambers. He's not quite come off in this tournament for the Capitals. However, he's a very talented batsman nonetheless, and he'll be back stronger next time round. This one lifting off of a length, and obviously Salam Akbari, not the tallest of men on the cricket field, and this one whizzes past his ears. This is off the gloves into the leg side, and will just be a single. Well, it was just going to be a single. Wow, looks like he's gone, and he is. And they're trying to take on the extra run. There was a chance of buzzers, but Raul Bardwaj has to go. And that second wicket means that Lisbon Capitals now 7 for 2. And Bardwaj has to go without facing a delivery. You see this here, it pops off a length into the leg side. They come through for a pretty comfortable single. And then, well, Bardwaj was pretty consistent on coming through, and he set off as if he was on his way, but he didn't quite make his ground. He has to go for a diamond duck. Goes without facing, and Lisbon Capitals 7 for 2 here in the second. So the new batsman to the crease won't be on strike due to the run out. And obviously Saddam Akbari will be on strike, but the new batsman is Saddam Ryan. So the two Saddams, and well, they need to stay around and really build a partnership now. This is a wider delivery, and Akbari trying to cut this into the offside. We've seen him hit many shots through the offside. Doesn't get this one away, and it's a dot ball, and this is a good tidy over from Najam Shahzad here. And again, Shahzad just seems a little bit too good for Akbari here. But he doesn't really have much, didn't have much of a clue as where that one was. He just kept his hands down and just hoped that it stayed along the ground. So he's got a final delivery here. He's only gone for one off the over so far. And it will just be one off the over. Outstanding over from Najam Shahzad. And at the end of the second, one off it. Capitals struggling 7 for 2. But looking at the lineup for the Lisbon Capitals and just having a think of what they've got coming in next. Obviously, Mitul Patel can hit a long ball, as can Akshar Patel can certainly hit a ball. So there is a few left coming in, but it just the tail starts a little bit too early, really. But we take a look here. So obviously that victory for the Coimbra Knights in the previous game sets them up for a 4th position finish. So they won't come last in their home tournament, essentially. Obviously this is the home of the Coimbra Knights, but the Lisbon Capitals, they are looking for their second victory in this tournament. This is going to be the last opportunity, as they won't make it through to finals day. Asad Mahmood continues and into the offside, and it's collected eventually. Will be collected. It's not going to be Jayesh Popat. It's eventually by Masam, and it's just through for the single. But a huge welcome to everybody in the YouTube chat. Do let us know where you're watching from. Bit of a lurkers call out. Do tell me where you're watching from, and obviously what your expectations are for finals day. It's a big, big day of cricket. This is into the offside, and it won't split the field, as Mohamed Adnan will get a boot on this one, and it will stick to just the single. Good afternoon, good evening to Zishan Ashfaq. How are you, Zishan? I hope you're well. Thank you for tuning in. I've appreciated everyone tuning in over the last 2 weeks. Obviously, we're into the final game tonight, and then 2 more matches tomorrow, and then we will all be finished here in Portugal. Well, Saddam Ryan tries to go big, but this is a full straight delivery from Assad Mahmood, and he picks up his second wicket. And another wicket goes. And the Capitals now 7 for 2. 7 for 3, I should say. New batsman out to the middle. He's got a big opportunity here. 3 early wickets, and Lisbon Capitals obviously winning the toss, and I think they knew that they were going to go ahead and bat first. Just try and see if they can get a score on. Not easy against the defending champions of this tournament, but also every single tournament that's taken place in Portugal on the European Cricket Network. Marlow Calanders there, one of the higher rated teams for a reason, as the new batsman Kashif Ali makes his way out to the middle. Goes for the big shot straight away, but it's a dot ball. This is hit in down the ground. It doesn't quite middle it, and Ahmed Ikram will come through and collect this, and it'll just be a single. Brings Saddam Akbari on strike. And into the onside, and it should just be a single. It's a good bit of work from Seems so hard, but well, Mohammed Adnan put his finger up, but he's not the umpire. Go to Oosthuizen, says that's not out. Pretty sure he made his ground pretty comfortably here. Does he get his bat down in time? I'll tell you what. Oh, it's not taken cleanly. But it could have been a very interesting call if he'd have taken that cleanly. But it's the end to another tidy over. Assad Mahmood finishes with 2 for 10 off his 2. And at the end of the third, Lisbon Capitals 11 for 3. Good afternoon to Vinny Fango, saying, watching all the way from Vinny Land. How many overs will they last? It's the all-important question. They've made it through the power play. 7 overs left. I've got to ask the question, Vinny Fango. When will I get my own? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. But Akbari is going to be on strike. He's got Asim Sawad, who's bowled really well this tournament, and over the last couple of days he's really picked up the pace, getting a good amount of bounce and spin. He's into the attack now. This is not doing what I said to full justice. This is a leg side wide to start. Yeah, but Asim Sawad has had a pretty decent tournament, often bowling at the top, but also that's a good delivery, gets that bit of bounce that we spoke about. Well, in this, just take another look at this one, just getting a bit of bounce. This is a wider delivery again, and Akbari unable to cut and get this away, and this is another dot ball. This time he will get a bit of bounce on this one, and they'll come through. Could be close with a direct hit, and they're now going to take on another one, and it's not taken cleanly. And Shif Ali takes a bit of a sit down and goes, well, I'm still here, count the lucky stars. Take another look here, turns and goes, direct hit, and if it was taken cleanly he would have been gone by a long way, but he takes a seat. Just shows it's getting a little bit slippery out here as night time slowly falls, and they come through, and another direct, it would have been close, but they're not going to come through for the buzzers as he's down again. It's all happening. Wassam can't take it cleanly. It's all happening here on the European Cricket Network. Asim Sawad has taken 7 wickets in this tournament. This could be an opportunity for another one. And it is taken. And Syed Massam is the man. Kashif Ali trying to get on with things, but the 4th wicket falls, and the Lisbon Capitals 15 for 4 here in the 4th. And it was a good delivery. It wasn't full enough for the slog sweep. He just really lifted his head up, and the head was in the sky, and he didn't really have much of an opportunity. And Massam didn't take it cleanly, but it took it enough. And another wicket falls. That's the 8th wicket for Asim Sawad. He's bowled a handy amount of overs. He's bowled 20.3 before this game. So he's up there in terms of one of the most bowled bowlers. Obviously, Parveen Singh is that man at the moment. He's bowled the most overs. So this is a nothing shot, and it will just be a dot ball to finish as Mitul Patel unable to get this one away. And at the end of the fourth, convincing start from the Marlow Calanders, Lisbon Capitals, 15 for 4. And well, there we go. We'll be back again tomorrow. We're slowly coming towards the end of the first week out in Dresden. As we will be back again with 4 matches tomorrow. It's going to be the man who just took the catch. Same Assam into the attack. This is a good shot from Akbari. We see this shot being played a handful of times from Akbari, and he's just going to come through. And, well, Marlow just taking the foot off the pedal. Not quite doing the basics right, and they come through for a second. On this one, really getting up off a length. You can see Akbari just saying there, he's just trying to play the same shot over and over again, and it's not quite coming off for him here. He's 9 off 15 now. You just saw him there. He was just saying he needs to open up possibly the leg side. He hasn't really gone for a big shot into that onside. I think his role here is he's going to try and bowl or bat all the way through. Again into the offside, and it will be another single. We've obviously only had the 1 boundary in this inning so far. That was off the bat of Chambers, but he ended up going, I think it was 2 deliveries later, 2 or 3. And this one just finding the inside edge, and Mitul Patel gets off the mark a little bit unconvincingly. This has really been tight stuff really from Marlow. Not really let much go. Been a few buzzers, but apart from that, they've really been on the money straight away. And this is going to be again comfortably played into the leg side. And it will just be a single collected by the skipper, Najam Shahzad. And obviously this game looking like a pretty comfortable start for Marlow here. You know, they've got Lisbon Capitals 20 for 4 coming up to the halfway stage. If these two can stick around, then they can just get their iron and then possibly go big. This is again into the leg side, not middled. And Naseem Sabad will collect it, and it'll be a single to end the 5th over. So at the halfway stage, Lisbon Capitals struggling, 21 for 4. And so we get to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Day 3 of 12, halfway through the first week tomorrow. ICA Berlin will be taking on RC Dresden. And then Carrera Combos will be taking on Victoria Berlin in matches 11 and 12. That will be at 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, and 12 o'clock in India as we go back to live actions. Seems Sabad continues, and I think he's trying to buy a wicket. He's just floating this one above the eye line and just sort of trying to tease Mitul Patel into a wild swipe, and hoping that he can just take the top of off really. And this is an arm ball, and it's just left to go all the way through for Mitul Patel. I'm hoping that the Capitals, you know, come out. This is their final game in this tournament. Just hope they come out, and try and take the attack to the bowlers. So it'll just be a single into the onside. Shazad will eventually collect it, and it'll just be a single run to the total. But no, obviously, I'd hope to, or like to think that they're going to come out here and try and go for it a little bit. They are obviously have lost early wickets early on. And this is missed out from Akbari, playing all around this one. He's not happy with himself. He knows he's missed out on a shorter delivery, especially when you've got that square boundary both off on the off and leg side. It does feel like he's missed out. And this is just played into the offside. And once again, more buzzers. It's the third occasion that this has happened now. And there's just a few questions. As Asim Savada just saying to Adnan, well, what happened there? And Savada, this has been a good spell from him, really. And, well, Akbari has to go, and what an outstanding catch that is. Mohammad Adnan diving down low to his left. And he has to go, does Akbari. 13 off of 20, unable to really get going. Wasn't able to motor along. He has to go. The 5th wicket falls after the 6th over. Lisbon Capitals 24 for 5. Well, that overthrow obviously ended up working well in their favour. They ended up getting the in-man. Akbari wasn't really able to get going, but unfortunately he has to go. But it brings the new man to the crease, Sunil Patel, who will join Mitul Patel. Well, that's the story at the moment. Akbari obviously just getting out. Sunil Patel coming to the crease, and no one able to really get going. It's outstanding bowling attack. But what about this man? Jayesh Papat in the previous match for Marlow. 4 for 9 off of his 2 overs. And well, this is round the corner and will just be a single. Well, and this is Marlow just taking their foot off the pedal a little bit here. Just a little bit sloppy in the field. Their bowling's been pretty tight. Just their fielding. That one just goes through. You see Sabir? It won't cost them anymore as it's just a 1 run. This will be a wide. It's spun outside the wide line. Well, Pat a little bit feels like he's hard done by, but it just really is gripping. And that one is a good call from Buck Stoneman. And this is up in the air. And, well, Mohammad Adnan, as cool as a cucumber, takes that one-handed. And Sunil Patel, he has to go, trying to sway this into the offside. Gets nothing on it. And Adnan takes a pretty simple catch, really. And that's the 6th wicket to fall. And the Lisbon Capitals 26 for 6. So another wicket for Jayesh Papat. He's having a good time of it at the moment, really, with the ball. Obviously took an outstanding 4 for 9 against the Lisbon Capitals last night. This game slowly, almost really out of the hands of Lisbon already, as Ankur Kumar makes his way out. Ankur Kumar Patel. He comes in and he's got 4 more deliveries left in this over. This has been a pretty comfortable ride so far for Marlow. This is flighted up and it will be a wide down the leg side, but Jayesh Papat really giving that some flight, much to the amusement of umpire Buck Stoneman. And this is a full toss into the leg side, and it will go all the way. So that's a welcome boundary, and it goes to Ankur Kumar Patel, sweeping on the leg side. Watches this all the way. It's a pretty nice shot, to be fair. 4 runs. certainly help things, as that gets them above 30 now. This is going to be another wide. Spinning too much, really, for Papat. He needs to start it more on the leg side, but then he'll turn around and go, but that just isn't where I want to bowl. So Jayesh Papat, a little bit harsh on him there, but again, with that spin, it is not easy. Wow, and this time it is a legal delivery. And it's just a dot ball. Take another look here. Better bit of flight. Just really goes on, gets a little bit of turn. Adnan in there in the slips now. Wow, and almost finding the outside edge. It's again a good delivery. Papat is not an easy bowler to face. It has to be said, it's slow, but if he gets it on the right area, it's really tricky to turn your ability, or resist the urge is what I'm trying to say. And he starts and he finishes with a dot ball. So 8 off the over at the end of the 7th. Capitals 32 for 6. And well, here we go. This is what will be on tomorrow. Night 14 of 14, finals night here in Portugal. It all comes down to this. The eliminator, Gorka 11, they'll be taking on Marlow Calanders, 2nd versus 3rd. And the winner of the eliminator will go ahead and face the Gamblers SC in the all-important final tomorrow. And that starts a little bit earlier, 3:30 GMT, 5:30 Central European Summertime, and 9 o'clock in India. And then it all comes down 30 matches. We've got 31 and 32 coming up tomorrow. Certainly looking forward to bringing you the closing stages of the tournament. And what a 2 weeks we've had. We've seen everything. We've had 2 golden balls. We've had a hat trick. We've had funny laughs. We've had some exceptional hitting here in the Miranda do Corvo, as Adnan Gondal comes into the attack for the 8th over. And he starts with a wide. Now, we've had an incredible 2 weeks here, and a huge thank you to everybody for helping out, but also being involved in the YouTube chat and keeping me company. Much appreciated. This is a better delivery right in the block hole, and it'll just be a single down to Mohamed Adnan. And this one does him all ends up. Ankur Kumar Patel unable to get anything on this. He gets turned inside out, really. But a great delivery from Gondal there. And this one stays low, and this is hit well into the offside. And Ankur Kumar looking pretty comfortable at the moment. This one off the back foot and punished through the offside, and it's 4 runs. And it's 4 runs to the total, more importantly. So Adnan gone down, not the start that he would have wanted from this, over the wide and the boundary. And this is hit down the ground, and good work from Gondal off of his own bowling. Keeps it to a minimum, keeps it to a dot ball. So Gondal taking his time here, really is just slowing things down, just trying to disrupt the rhythm of Ankur Kumar Patel. And this is an inside edge onto the pads, and Ankur Patel just having a pretty good time of it at the moment is Ankur Kumar. Obviously hit 2 boundaries. That's obviously how he's got his 8 runs, 2 fours, 1 into the leg side and 1 through the off. This is down the ground. It's a pretty clean hit, but it won't go all the way as Saeed Massam will come through and keep it to a single, but a tidy over, but an all-important boundary from it. And at the end of the 8th, Lisbon Capitals 39 for 6. And we can take a look at the stats for the bowlers. What a pretty good timeout for Najam Shazad. One for none off of his single over. Asim Sawad again 2 for 7. Outstanding figures for him. Jayesh Papat is going to continue here. 1 for 8 off of his first over. So Jayesh Papat continuing here in the 9th. Well, Vinny always says it always happens here in the 9th. It's a reverse hit, and it's almost an outstanding bit of cricket. He's hit that pretty well. Has Ankur Kumar Patel, left-handed. And Jayesh Papat just sticking a hand up, but it doesn't stick. And it's almost an absolute incredible bit of cricket. Hunter asking, is this the last match of the day? It certainly is, but we'll be back again tomorrow evening for the last day. Into the leg side. I think he's got all of this, and he has. And this time, Mitul Patel getting in on the action. And this is the big shot into the onside, and it goes all the way, and it's 6 runs. It's the first maximum in this innings, and it comes off the bat of Mitul Patel. He's the golden boy for the Lisbon Capitals, obviously getting their first victory in this tournament through that golden ball, and this is going to spin off and be a wide ball. Jayesh Papat not quite having the success that he did last time. And it's a big swing from Mitul Patel. Trying to go against the spin of Jayesh Papat. Really deep in his crease. And it's a dot ball. It's good keeping from Shan Malik. And again into the onside. And Massam will come round and will keep it to just a single. Doesn't quite get it all off the bat. And it's just 1 run to Mitul Patel. Well, looks to go into the leg side. He's given a lot of time as it's a real loopy delivery from Jayesh Papat. Tries to hit this all the way around into the corner, but gets it all wrong, and it's a dot ball. Goes for the reverse hit again, and will come through, and it will just be a single. It's the second time he's attempted that, and he's also both times only got 1 run out of it. So an interesting over with 10 off it. It's the most expensive over in this entire innings. At the end of the 9th, Lisbon Capitals 49 for 6. And this is where we are in terms of the Worm. Worm not really getting going. Obviously, last 2 overs they've had a decent go of it. Well, the last 3 overs really. The 7th, 8th, and 9th going 8, 7, and 10 respectively. It's going to be Yasir Sabir here to bowl the final over of the first innings of match number 30. And it's a big swing from Ankur Kumar Patel, unable to connect with this one. You can see he's saying there, well, that's what I should have done. Try to play it on its merit into the offside, but again, it's just been a tale of the Lisbon Capitals batting. They always looking into that leg side. Obviously, that's where the stand is. It's the money shot really for the batsman, but not really playing it on its merit. This is going to be judged as a wide. Ankur Kumar is just saying, well, what can I do? I can't reach it, so help me out. And he gets a wide for his troubles. And well, obviously, Lisbon Capitals, just after what Zishan has put in the chat. I'll address that after this delivery. It's a wild swing, and it's a dot ball again. This is good bowling from Sabir. But Zishan Ashfaq saying there was a time when Lisbon's openers played until the end. I wonder what went wrong now. Some changes in the team, but still, I think they obviously have struggled with a few injuries. They've lost one of their senior bowler and batsman in the likes of Taj Mohammed and Azad Andani to injury and to other commitments. This will be a single into the leg side, but they just hasn't clicked for them in this tournament, and this is another example as they're now 51 for 6 with 3 deliveries remaining here in their final game in this tournament. But there are certainly positives to come from. I think Bhardwaj bowled pretty well. I also think Akshar Patel, although he struggled at one point with his action, I think he just proves if he can get it on the right length, he's not easy to get away. And this is a wide ball, and Sabir just losing a bit of rhythm here. Not able to close this over out as cleanly as he would have hoped to. This one is certainly a wide. And there's a bit of movement from Abdul Patel, trying to throw Sabir off his line, but Sabir's pretty up to the challenge, just holds his line and length, and it's another dot ball. This is a good last over from Sabir here. Just 3 off it. All of them, none of those runs coming off the bat, has to be said. 2 wides and a leg by. 2 deliveries remaining here. This is going to be another dot ball. And well, Abdul Patel just asking the question. Oosthuizen says, nope, that one's not. So it comes down to this one final delivery. And Sabir looking to close out the over pretty well here. It's a full toss, and this is creamed down the ground. I think it will be cut off. It is Saad Masam, and they will. Well, I think that one will be out. It's good work, really, from Sabir. He isn't able to take it cleanly, and well, this is a dead ball, really. It's already gone upstairs. They try to get a sneaky run, and you can't do that if it's already gone upstairs. But I think this has been knocked onto the stumps, and I think it will be gone. We take another look here. Throws it onto the stumps, and for me, he's gone. So that last run won't count, and they will finish on 52 for 6 after. We're just waiting on that confirmation here, just so the on-field umpires can give us the final signal. Just asking to take another look here is Suleiman Saeed, the third umpire in this game. Just trying to slow it right down as the bat. He's gone. He is gone. So that run will not count. They're still waiting just to find out what the total will be. Just waiting confirmation, but for me that is out. Shouldn't really be a reason as to why it's not. Still just waiting on confirmation. We take another look. There is obviously a bit of form of doubt here. For me, that's out. I'm not too sure what we're waiting on here. I think that's pretty conclusive evidence. You can see that Ankur Kumar and Abdul Patel waiting here. And it is out. So the finger goes up. And it will be a run out to end the innings, and the pretty under par total from Lisbon Capitals. Not the way that they would have seen themselves going out here, but they will fall to what I believe is 53 for 7 at the end of their overs. Just a bit of waiting just to see what the total was. I believe it's 53 for 7, but we'll obviously get that confirmation. So yeah, so there's 11 minutes of a break here. Obviously, Gert Oosthuizen having a conversation with Massam there. But no, at the end of there, they will finish 53 for 7. So not quite what they would have had in mind. And we take a look at the highlights, and there wasn't really much to talk about in the opening stages. As Chambers was gone, he was caught by Jayesh Papat at just behind point. And then, well, this was a big mix-up. There was a chance of buzzers, and they decided to take it on. It was Budwaj. He hadn't faced the delivery at that point, and he ended up going for a diamond duck. But no one getting going. Only, well, there was 2 batsmen that were in the double figures for the Lisbon Capitals. Saddam Ryan getting bowled by Assam Mahmood. But we take a look and have a think about all the bowlers. 7 bowlers used in that spell of 10 overs. Assam Mahmood, Asim Sawad and Jayesh Papat were the only bowlers to bowl their 2 overs. That was a good catch from Mohammad Adnan to remove the batsman there. And well, this one was again a pretty good catch, just running to his left and taking it one-handedly. And well, this was a good shot. That was a bit of resistance really from Ankur Kumar. He finished on 11 off the 15 alongside Mitul Patel 12 off 13. That was another lovely shot into the offside, but things just not clicking for the Lisbon Capitals. This was a big shot, and that was the only 6. It was off the bat of Mitul Patel. He finished on 12 off of 13. And then, well, this was again trying to go into the leg side, but wasn't able to do so. And then this was the final ball, and it ended up being given out. So Ankur Kumar was the man to go. So they will finish with, I believe, 53 on the board, and they have set Marlo Calander's 54 for victory. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes or so. So I can confirm just before we go that it is 53 for 7. So they will have set 54 for victory here in match 30. We'll be back in 10 minutes or so as you're watching FanCode European Cricket T10 with myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. And a warm welcome back to a very warm evening here in el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo, here in Coimbra, just outside the city of Coimbra, in fact. And, well, we're ready to get underway for the second innings of, well, the final innings of the round robin matches. Here in match 30, the Marlow Colanders have been set 54 for victory here. And I have a feeling that we might be seeing Marlow going at it pretty early on here. A warm welcome back to everybody tuning in around the world, whether you're tuning in on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. A very good evening to all of you around the world as you join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 30. No surprise that we're going to see Rahul Bhardwaj, the skipper for the Lisbon Capitals. He is going to be opening up the bowling. Just wait for the clock to tick over to the 10-2 mark. And we're ready to get underway, and it's going to be Rahul Bhardwaj. And well, what a start that is. That's sailed over the boundary. And Mohammad Adnan gets underway, and what a way to do so. Gets underway with 6 runs into the offside. What a way to get off the mark. First ball of the innings, and well, things aren't quite the start that Bhardwaj would have expected. This is a Gundy ball, and it goes all the way, and it's another 4 runs, and it's 10 off the first 2 deliveries hit. And it was an attempted slower ball from Rahul Bhardwaj. However, got this one completely wrong, and he got punished by Mohammad Adnan. This is a shorter delivery, and Mohammad Adnan really trying to swing this into the leg side, but he misses out. And apologies for the lack of on-screen graphics. Just an issue technologically wise. I can tell you that they're currently 10 for none. That's the 4th delivery through, and they will come through for a single. So 11 for none off after 0.4. And Najam Shahzad, the skipper, will make his way, and he now has an opportunity. So 11 for none off of 4. And well, this is going to be into the leg side. Make that 15 for none. They give chase, but he won't get there. And it's another boundary. It's another 4 runs. And well, this total looking even smaller after this first over. So I can tell you that that's now 15 for none. And this is into the offside, and Akshad Patel will collect it, and it will just be a single. So that'll bring us to the end of... Correction, no, it's not. My counting has been entirely wrong. We've still got a delivery left, but it's 16 for none after 0.5. Well, this one stays low, and it's a wide. And got Uasteisen. He signals wide. Oh, Bhardwaj not happy with that call. Again, many apologies. I think we're slowly getting there now. Well, Adnan missing out here, and Shahzad doesn't want it. He clearly wants to strike. And that'll bring us to the end of the first over. And it's a pretty eventful one if you're a Marlow Colanders fan. And at the end of the first, they are 16 for none. 17 for none, actually, after that wide. Really apologies, having a few issues with the technological side of things, but I think we're pretty much there now. In fact, it was 18 for none after the first over. And there we go. We are now one match without a golden ball, so we're back now. And we're back counting, obviously, after there was a game in match number 8 in Germany, in Dresden. Tyrone Peters bringing the magic once again. Akshar Patel starts here, and he starts with a wide. Just 36 required now. Here. This is just played into the offside, and it will just be a single. See Marlow now. So they will be taking on Gorka 11 in that eliminator tomorrow afternoon. Second will take on third, and the winner of the game between Gorka or Marlow will take on the Gamblers SC in the final. It's a good delivery from Akshar Patel. Mohamed Adnan just trying to drop a bat, and it's a good dot ball from Patel. And once again, and again just drops the bat, and he's just respecting his Adnan. This is into the offside, and this will pierce through the gap. So waits for the opportunity, and he pounces when he's given a bit of a shorter delivery, and this goes all the way, and it's another 4 runs. So another 4 means Adnan moves on to 15 off of 9. And this is a big shot into the leg side, down the ground, and it sails all the way over the boundary. It's maximum, it's 6 runs. And what a way to end the over with 12 off it. Wasn't too much of a terrible over from Akshar Patel, but this one just sitting up nicely. And Adnan is quick to pounce, and it's 12 off it. And at the end of the second, Marlow already over halfway there, 30 for none. Rahul Bhardwaj continues here into the third, and it's a no ball, and it'll just be a single. I think that was due to the fielding restrictions, as there was a man out that shouldn't have been. It was Mitul Patel who was at long off. He should have been at mid off, and it's a no ball, so it's a free hit, and it's a big opportunity for Adnan to really cut this total down. And he mistimes this, and it will be a dot ball. It's good work from Divya Patel. Does well, keeps it to a dot ball, so the sloppy free hit doesn't cost anything. And into the leg side, and again it's a dot ball, and well, they might come through for a single now, and they will. This could run away all the way. It's going to be cut off by Anku Kumar. And it eventually is just a single. Good afternoon, good evening to Harshal Gaming, saying, hey Charlie, how are you? Harshal, let us know how you are. Thanks for joining us here. Marlow looking to really finish this in as quick time as possible. Obviously, clearly got somewhere to be. And this is over the offside this time, making the use of these short square boundaries. This goes again all the way, and it's another 6 runs. Mike Sill asking how is the keeper that got hit in the head last week. I can tell you, Andy Bulkin, he is okay. He's here. He was here earlier this evening. Said hello to him, and he said he's just got a bruised eye, and he said, well, luckily I can still see, so it's not all bad, but he's okay. He's making a slow recovery, but he will be fine. This is Fuller, and hit well, but it won't quite get through. Well, it will get through Mitul Patel, but it won't go all the way, and it'll just be a single. You can just see the Capitals just slowly losing a bit of faith in themselves here. They look a pretty defeated team, it has to be said. They've done as much as they could in this tournament, but it's just not quite gone their way in certain places. They did obviously, and will be remembered for the outstanding victory in that golden ball, and well, getting on the scoop, and it's going to be a wide down the leg side, and again, they'll come through. So this one is now down to 2 hits away. It wouldn't surprise me if Mohamed Adnan is going to try and do it here. Correction, it's not Mohamed Adnan, it's Najam Shazad on strike. It's a good delivery from Bhardwaj, just sticks to his line and length. And Shazad misses out, stays a little bit low. It's a dot ball. And this is going to be straight to Akshar Patel, and it goes all the way through. And I think that just sums up this tournament for the Lisbon Capitals. It flies off the bat of Shazad and goes straight through Akshar Patel, and it's another 4 runs. Now just into the single figures. And at the end of the 3rd over, at the end of the power play, 46 for none for Marlow. Just a reminder, this is what we'll be having coming up for you tomorrow. The Eliminator will be getting underway at 3:30 GMT, 5:30 Central European time, 9 o'clock in India. That'll be Gorka 11 taking on 3rd place Marlow Kalanders. And in the final, we will see the winner of the Eliminator taking on Gamblers SC. And what a day of cricket that's certainly going to be. An evening full of exciting T10 cricket. But Akshar Patel, he's going to be continuing here. 12 off of his first over. He's only got 8 runs to play with. And this is uppish from Adnan, and it will just be a single into the offside. And goes for the big reverse hit. It's well watched by Sunil Patel. Take another look here. It's not easy when you've got a lot of moving parts in front of you, but he keeps his eye on the ball, and Shazad survives. This is just respected back to Akshar Patel. And this is just going to be an outside edge straight down to Ankur Kumar Patel. And they'll come through for another easy single. So now just 1 hit away are Marlow. A 6 will be enough here. 6 required off of 38 deliveries. Akshar Patel. He's going to come in and bowl. Well, that's might be the end of it, as that's going to be... It's not going to go all the way, so it'll be a wide and a single. And it'll again come down even further, so it's now 4 required. It'll be interesting if Shazad is going to go for this one here. Good evening to Kitty, saying she made it back for a few. Well, it's going to be cut short here. This is hit well down the ground. Mitul Patel will come round, and he will keep it. So it will just be a single to Najam Shazad, and Adnan still has 1 delivery left to do it in this over. And it's straight to Akshar Patel. We will make our way into the 5th over, and at the end of the 4th, Marlow 51 for none, requiring still 3 for victory. Kitty asking who won the first match. I can tell you that Coimbra Knights defeated the Lisbon Capitals by a total of 27 6 runs in match number 29. Lisbon Capitals were bowled out for 52 after their 10 overs, and we're going to see Salam Akbari. He's got the horrible task of coming into bowl now. There's an appeal, but it certainly looks like it was going down the offside, and it'll be a dot ball. Certainly not even hitting 7th or 8th stump, that one. But it's worth an appeal. You don't, if you don't ask, you don't get. If you don't buy a ticket, you're never going to win the lottery. And this is just respected back to the bowler. And well, we're going to not do it in style as they're going to come through. And well, the appeal could be close here. It was a reverse hit. Adnan came through. We're going to go upstairs. And it was a good throw from Rahul Bhardwaj. I was going to say if that head was going to stay there, it really could have been a worry. And he's coming through. I think he might not make it. Depends how quick this is. He's in. He survives. So Adnan will live another day. And interestingly enough, it looks like they're just going to try and do this in singles. And Najim Shahzad, he will not be on strike, the skipper. So now just 2 runs required, as that they do come through for a single. Play News asking Kitty, any new next match? Well, I'll answer for Kitty. No, there isn't. This is the final game this evening. And it's up in the air. It's an opportunity. I don't think he's going to get there. Lost it in the lights, really. And it's going to be another single, so the scores are level. Just 1 required for victory now. And that will be the game. It'll be a single into the onside. Don't think they quite know. That will be all she wrote. As Marlow Kalanders will take victory by 10 runs. So I say 10 wickets here in match number 30. And that will certainly set their confidence high as they make their way into the eliminator tomorrow evening. And again, a huge thank you to everybody for tuning in here for the 13th penultimate night here in Portugal. As we saw Lisbon Capitals lose both of their games this afternoon. We take a look at the highlights. Bhardwaj, not the start that he wanted. It was a 6 over point for the first delivery. And then the very next ball was an attempted slower ball. It was a full toss and it was punished down towards fine leg. That was it there. Lucky to get away with it not being a no ball as well. Then after that, there just wasn't really much hope for the Capitals. And it's a disappointing end to what really wasn't the best of tournaments for them. As just really never got going. They obviously will forever be remembered as the ones to break the curse, getting up to a golden ball opportunity, and then Mitul Patel ended up winning that golden ball. That was their only victory in this tournament against the Gorkha 11. But again, Mohammad Adnan and Najam Shahzad finishing unbeaten, 24 off of 15 for Adnan and 22 off of 16 for Najam Shahzad. And there's not really much to talk about for the bowlers. Obviously, Bhardwaj going for none for 34 of his 2 overs. And Akshad Patel none for 17. And then it being finished by on the over of Salam Akbari. But it gives me a very quick opportunity to thank, first of all, those on the YouTube chat for tuning in and keeping me company this evening. But to those in and around the ground, to all the blue crew, Maxi, Shub, Sully, Migsy, and then also to Paolo and to Faf as well for helping out with the ground and getting us from A to B. But also to the officials, Buckstone alongside Conrad Greenshields and Gert Oosthuizen. But also to those providing us food and drink, Mick on the bar, and then also to Anna and to Kirsty this evening. But then also a huge thank you to the production crew, as without them we would not be seeing any cricket here on your screens. A huge thanks to Domagoy, to Ian and to Daniel. Their work over the last 2 weeks has been outstanding. There's only one more night to go, so do make sure you're tuned in for finals evening tomorrow. That starts at 3:30 local time. But again, a huge thank you for joining us as you've been watching match number 30. Marlow Kalanders beat Lisbon Capitals by 10 wickets here in the FanCode European Cricket T10. Alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. Good night.